Hello and welcome to chapter 176 of our streaming adventure. Took a couple days off this week, but it's Saturday. It means it's time for the Vintage Challenge, and here we are, ready to play the Vintage Challenge. I see my camera looked a little blocked there, so hopefully that wasn't too far off for you. Yeah, I wanted to... I don't know. I didn't necessarily know what I wanted to play this week, and so I was looking at a couple different ideas, and last Saturday, I played the Bant Archon deck, and I definitely have lamented the lack of velocity of you kind of have that Bant opening hand, and that's all you have. You don't have the preordains to sculpt because the Archon is trying to limit the plays you can make. So I thought, what would maybe be more set up to play that, and I also kind of wanted to play Managorger Hydra. So looking at what would play Preordain, what would play Managorger Hydra. Now, I didn't want to go all the way to the Paradoxical decks that I've seen, because I thought that might be... I tend to also like to play higher land counts, so the Xerox style seems like it would fit better, plus I'm comfortable with Rug, and I thought I'd do that. And then at the last minute, I took the Tarmogoyfs and I cut them out, and I shoved a Breach and a Brain Freeze in, and I'm like, for value, sometimes you'll draw the right pieces and you'll kill them. So I figured, okay, it's the kind of thing where I don't necessarily know, the deck list I want to play, but it's like I know I want to evoke this feeling. I want to evoke this feeling, and there's the part of it that just, I don't know, feel vintagey to me, or what I decide feels powerful. And so whether or not it's any good, but we have the chance to have cool plays, and or work our way through into positions that we could win from. I don't think we'll necessarily... Shops versus an Energy Flux, it's really not going to go very well. Or Dredge versus a Leyline. There's these things where it feels like you're completely, not locked, but hemmed in, and it's really hard for you to win. I don't think there's anything really that can make, the Rug Walker style just be like, all right, you can't beat this anymore. I'm sure whatever it is, we'll run into it 3 times over the course of these rounds. But I don't know. I guess I'm hedging myself, or let's say we're penciling ourselves in for a 4-3 to play all day just to get our money back. But I don't want to say that's the style of Magic I enjoy, but it is. It kind of is the style of Magic I enjoy. The grindiness. I don't know. That might just be my own experience, but it's how I have... I've been playing Magic a long, long time, and the types of formats where these are the kind of grindy things I do are the ones that are more memorable and or more cherished by me. So to each their own, but I don't know, this is my own. As per usual, well, okay, I missed Mana Traders this month, so I'm not playing that instead. But as we get to in between rounds and stuff, we'll do our crossword puzzles as usual and stuff like that. So if you are playing in the challenge yourself, good luck. Unless we play each other, then, good luck after our match. But thanks for coming along for the ride. And my content that I post on YouTube later, if happens to be where you're watching it, no spoilers, but hopefully everything goes well. Actually, I guess I can't really spoil the YouTube thing yet since it hasn't happened for me. But I hope I haven't. I don't know. I kind of started down a road there, and I don't really know where it was going. So, 64 people. Will the 65th person join in the last 14 seconds? The answer is yes. So, 7 rounds it is. Hello and good luck. Draw. They have mulliganed. What do we have? Okay. If they are... Okay, they're not a... I was going to say give ourselves protection from dredge elements or whatever, but apparently not. Basic swamp. Okay. That is an interesting question. I guess Strip Mine could have hit the swamp, so maybe that would have been better. Baleful Strix. Okay. Jet. Interesting. Follow up my collector oof with some artifacts. So, let's put down land. I could have put the pressure on. See, I'm glad I didn't. Take it. Do I care? No. I assume I will fail to find. Oh, no. They get the land. I forgot about that. Okay, so maybe that was wrong on my part. Yeah, I forgot I thought it was fail to find. Now, Abrupt Decay is much worse here than anything else they could play. No blocks. That could have gone better. I should have picked up Strip Mine. I'm just doing all sorts of terrible things here. Collected Company. I would like to counter it. Play another land. Hull Breacher. They're holding a Collected Company. Oh, that could have been much better. Main phase Company here. See what they can hit. Leovold and a Baleful Strix. Got him. Okay. So, Opposition Agent, Strix, what's his face, Hull Breacher. It's kind of interesting. So, things I think I want: Lightning Bolt, Pyroblast. I mean, Lightning Bolt maybe more than Pyroblast. I do have to be mindful not to just mindlessly fetch if they can stop me there. Force of Negation, I think, has the chance to be weaker. Yeah, Mantigorger Hydra did a lot of the work there. God, can't lie. So I guess here's the question. Am I thinking... I think Flusterstorm, maybe? Removing the anti-creature elements. And then just hoping... Is Pyroblast even the right thing I want there? We can keep Osprey around. I don't know that they're necessarily building into a combo, though. They might have combo potential. I do have my own Hull Breacher. Just looking at there's any other... What if we have a trap just in case they do some shenanigans? I'm just thinking they play something like a cage. Can I break a cage? I got Okos too, though. I'll do this. We do have Okos. They could have Okos. They are keeping 7. I would play my land. I don't think this is good enough. Need to be mindful of their chance to play opposition agent type stuff, so... We gonna daze this? Force pitching a Strix, okay. Maybe they could find an Oof. Those are both really bad for me. I think I might need Ponder to be able to find me out of this. Because I need to find actual Volcanic. I don't want to give them a treasure, but I might have to. Okay. Are they gonna destroy my thing to search up a basic? Because I think that works poorly for me. We know that the next card we're drawing is a mental misstep, though, so we're dead. Okay. So maybe Flusterstorm is what I need. I mean, it's awkward against all of the creature spells, but when they don't play the creature spell. Maybe Narset herself? Alright. Can I afford to play this slow? I mean, maybe. Turn 1, have Pyroblast available. Turn 2, search up Ancestral. We'll keep this. These are good cards. Pass. Yep. Okay, I wasn't sure that was going to happen. Wow. So here's the question is, do we just let that happen and then we can untap and bolt it? I kind of think so. I don't think I can take away my ability to have two forces here. One, two, three, four. Misty Rainforest to get a mana. Okay. Woo! I feel like that was closer than I wanted it to be. But yeah, it seems like it worked out there. Well, I mean, obviously it worked out. But between the mana acceleration from their artifacts, Deathrite Shaman, there really are a lot of hits for them. Like we saw Hull Breacher, Opposition Agent, Leovold, Strix, Collector Oof. Basically all of Hate Bear style things. Imagine in response to your opponent's what's the card I'm thinking of? Underworld Breach. In response, Collected Company put a Yixla Jailer in play. I mean, that's not your everyday thing, but it could happen. All right, so as I mentioned, usually between rounds, we do our crossword puzzle. So let me adjust the window here so we can still see our matches in progress. Okay. And we just need to edit the sound effects and the mistakes. Okay. Alphabetical nickname. I don't know, ABC. Incoming flights. ETA or arrival. Spanish for one. Is that not Uno? Zazie Beetz show set in Georgia's capital. No idea. Hotter than a jalapeno. No. Habanero? No. 22 across. Constructing a country's identity, or what happening in the start answer. Ordain. You ordain a minister. Siesta. That's a nap. A la carte. Mammoths. Story with a lesson is a parable. Good evening in Nice. Nice is France. Not sure. Olaf. Isn't this foibles? Shortcomings? Maybe not. Sprinted. Ran. Ritz-Carlton. Andean llama? Nope. Alpaca. There we go. Last name. Morehouse. Cocoon occupants. Pupa. Rode a bike. Spain's main airline. Ani DeFranco. Ice cream social. Dot. List ending abbreviation. Plaything. We're going to go with toy. Chunk of marble. I would say hunk. So maybe. Yeah, I don't think this is right. Because I believe this is Desmond Tutu. Unattractive fruit is an ugly fruit. Largely tundra. Taps for blue or white. That's why there's no trees there. Disney film Moana. So what is this? Belly is a tum. Teen. Jill, New York Times first. Mitchell or Nin? Secret? Serrano. Frida Kahlo and Diego Rivera, painters. Low blow. Slab of marble. cheese pairing. Low blow, giga, numb. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Angsty, rocks, emo. That probably makes this one guess. Estimate, guess. Mensa. Helps if you spell Mensa right. Hava Nagila dance. But is this one where you have to spell it wrong? Siam. Major snowstorm. Blizzard. Fast and the Furious 6 director. Well, I don't know what any of the directors are, so. Hair goops. Gels? Maybe this is supposed to be like surname. Tart to the taste. Acrid? I feel alpaca was right. Nana? Typing is off today. Exclamation of amazement. Aha! Pupae. Call me by your name. I haven't seen that one. Tons and tons is probably a lot. Carmelo Anthony. Small whirlpool is an eddy. Consume, you eat it. So the one with you need to misspell stuff, I think, is probably going to mess with me, because rest against, lean to, but somehow we need to misspell. What's happening in the starred answers? So there's extra. Well, that's annoying. Artists. Okay. This could be lean on. Waterfall spray would be mist. Good evening in France. I don't know how you say good evening in French. Failures. Failings. Airtime. Rinse cycle. Source of life. It's hard to. I want to say this is accurate, but it looks wrong. Acrid? No, acidic. I get it now. Building nation. And so instead of a surname, it's a Suriname. Instead of lean on, it's Lebanon. So instead of Norway, it's Norway. Instead of... What are the other misspelling ones? Longtime U.S. airline, Panama. We got there. Instead of Belay, it's Belize. She'll take you for a ride. Liberia. We have to have a whole lot of wrong letters. Of course not. Well, I'll be. Abram. RNA, DNA. Well, that could have been better. But hey, we got in. Oh, 3 matches left. Not bad progress. So how many did we end up with? 67 players today. Still 7 rounds, though. Oh, stretch. Since you called it out, Aaron, I now want to know what that word of the day for cheese pairing. Is it more than just, I don't know, putting cheese with wine? What is the definition of cheese pairing? So, something worthless or insignificant or miserly economizing. I did not know that. Now we know. What does the slang word cheese mean? Slang term for money dating back to the mid 1800s. Well, now I can disparagingly call somebody cheese pairing and know that it means they are worthless or insignificant. So that's going into the lexicon for sure. All right. 3 matches left. I am sad that I missed the Mana Traders finals, but I never really got on a roll. I tried a couple different decks, but it just never really seemed to come together there. We did that Rakdos Luris. It was fun to play an aggressive deck to kind of put the pressure on the opponent, make them respond to you. because Modern doesn't have some of the big, powerful things like other ones do, other formats do. So, I don't know. I'm interested to see what is the next season. Hopefully it's not standard. When they first kicked it off and we played Pioneer and we were playing like the Doom Foretold, Yorion, kind of Staxy lockout sacrifice thing, that was pretty fun. I mean, we could just play that on our own. But, yeah. Next Tuesday, I'm supposed to play Ethereal Forager. Now, what's funny is, for the longest time, I thought the whale was a forager, Ethereal Forager, like made stuff. I guess it makes more sense to be a forager. I mean, now I know, and knowing is half the battle. But Ethereal Forager. So I was flat out wrong the first time around. So if we had a big whale, what formats would you play the big whale in? Command. Well, we're not going to play Commander. Legacy, Vintage. Is it not legal in Modern? It's from a Commander set. So it's like True Name Nemesis. Okay. I was wondering why people weren't playing it in Modern, and I believe the answer is that it's literally not legal. So there you go. That that is a cheese pairing detail that is not a cheese pairing detail. Yeah, that's freaking sad, dude. So in Legacy, who's playing it in Vintage? The true hero is playing it in Vintage. And then it's not even in the deck list. So that's an interesting take. Maybe it makes more sense to go into the format. And if you search once you're in the format for the decks, because I think if you try to come from the other page, it has trouble. Alright, so show me some Ethereal Foragers. We got Delvers and Delvers and Delvers. So this would be this is a Death Shadow Brazen Borrower. That's interesting. I like Winter Orb as a punishing play against more mana-hungry decks. I have certainly fallen prey to it myself. What's mono blue? Lavinia, Hull Breacher, True Name Nemesis. What is it? It's an elemental whale. This is just this blue-white Delver. It's a little interesting. What else we got? Blue, black, red. Is this just Grixis Delver? Scourge of the Skyclaves. I like that guy. That Scourge of the Skyclaves was showing itself how powerful it was with the Mana Trader series. Like, sure, Death Shadow is understood to be this large creature that you manage your life total for a reason, but with the other various aggressive creatures, like they'd get in some damage, they'd get in a little bit of damage, and then instead of having to give yourself all the way to 13, you can put Scourge of the Cyclaves out there when you're at 16. And then it's like, okay, what's a 4/4? And then your other things attack, and you burn yourself at the same time. And if your life total comes down and their life total comes down and stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, Scourge of Skyclaves is 6/6 now, 7/7, 19/19. And then it just whomps them. Nowhere near ever casting that kicker, But maybe if you're flooded out and have literally drawn every land in your deck, 7 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you'd have to have all of the Steam Vents, the Water Grave, all the other stuff, and Wastelands in play. I would wonder about... So this is Legacy with Young Pyromancer, Thought Scour, Dazes. Cabal Therapy is legal, is it not? Like, you play Cabal Therapy, you're generating a token off the Young Pyromancer, so you can like use your intuition or whatever, try to think what are they going to have, what's bad for me here, and then the token you generated, just sacrifice that. You'll generate a new token anyway, but then you could help kind of clear out a hand. That seems decent. I like that they're not even going full Death Shadow here. They just threw some Scourge of the Skyclaves in. I mean, 4 and 3 in a challenge. Who am I to snarf at that? That's 4 and 3 of the challenge. Hell, sign me up. Those are the decks I play. Plague Engineer is one-sided, right? Yeah, that's still stupid. Only hurting your opponent's creatures, or your opponent's side of the board, seems pretty decent. Alright. A little cold down here today. We had the window open. We were working on some stuff outside, and it's just easier to hand it through the window. But, round 2. I love how I'm always down here. I don't understand the tiebreaker system, and I'm not going to pretend to. Zeo. They have a Lurrus. They could have all sorts of different Lurrus-y things. They have Mulligan. We're going to keep. We have pitches. We also have the start of... Let's find ourselves some cantrips. I don't have a basic island, I don't believe. I do not have a basic island. So that leads me to leave there on Breach. Sure. I find it kind of interesting that they're trying to fight over those things. Because what happens when I just play a Dak Faded next turn? Or... what if I just Merchant Scroll for Ancestral here? I mean, if I let this go as well, I think I can. And they've now burned 3 counterspells. On cantrip, look for a cantrip. I mean, maybe they have Snapcaster and I've blown it this whole time, letting them build up. Okay. Lurrus now in hand. Force, pitching force. So they have Lurrus and 1 mystery card. Well, I haven't played a land yet. I mean, from this, I kind of like Hull Breacher and Managorger Hydra. I just can't follow any of those up right now. Maybe Dreadhorde and Hydra. This lets me... Because we know Lurrus is in hand, but they can't currently cast it. Attack. I'm going to say, are you targeting me or targeting yourself? Yep. If they find, they could go Lotus, Lurrus. No, because they wouldn't have Underworld Breach to rebuy. They got to be able to find a land to get Lurrus going. I mean, Bolt does 3, 6, 12. It would do 13 if we found a Bolt here, because it would pump Hydra twice, and it would be 6 damage. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, I could pump for 2. That'd be 6, 7. That's still not enough. I ate all my targets. Demonic Tutor. Well, that has to go get Lotus, I believe. Yep. So they just have to kill me here. They had another breach. Yep. We're dead. So, things I think I fight about. Soul Guide. Surgical, more or less than Ravenous Trap. I think Mindbreak Trap. And the fact that they had Pyroblasts, my own Pyroblasts aren't necessarily going to line up so well. All Dak Faden really did there was get pitched. I mean, is this something where I'm relying on Flusterstorms and Mindbreak Traps instead of all of that instead of Force of Will to fight my way through, not try to do the 2-for-1 game? Say Mindbreak Trap can exile Flusterstorm. Now maybe that's a case of I brain freeze them for a ton and then hit them with a Ravenous Trap. Is that better than a Mindbreak Trap? Are the surgical extractions worth it? I'll try that. No early mana to cast Dread Horde. Nice. All this mana and nothing to do with it. 2 cards back, huh? Who knows? Maybe we'll hard cast a Gush. Two, three. Is this just pick up Lurrus? No, Demonic Tutor. Resolves. Can't fight that one. Force pitching a Preordain. Casting a Flusterstorm. Okay. Take a Demonic Tutor. We have not played a land yet, so we will play a land. I feel like that lined up well. That one resolves. Yep. So we've already played a land. Yep. One, two, three, four. So I gave myself Bolt. I gave myself Misstep. Let's give ourselves Lotus and Dreadhorde. Although if we take Pyroblast here, we at least have Pyroblast. I mean, the fact that I'm holding Breach. Alright, pass turn. Got him. Now, what they could bluff me into is, say they cast Lurrus here, right? They would need the mana to follow up with Dreadhorde Arcanist. But if I crack Soul Guide Lantern, in response, they crack Flooded Strand, get Mystic Sanctuary, put it back on top, the Ancestral. So I think we're going to go blue-red. So Preordain, top-bottom, Preordain, top-top. Force pitching a misstep. Try again later. I think I have to. Yep. And we knew that's what was going to happen. We said that they were baiting us, but I don't want to let them recast the Dreadhorde. Because I feel like that is a bigger problem if they do cast the Dreadhorde. Can I get there with 3, 4? One, two, 3, 4, 5. So let me look at 7. I was not expecting this. Um, yep. Come on, Strip Mine. I think the fact that they had Ancestral still sets us up poorly, but Breach, Sapphire Island. Nice. Well, no. No. Sprite Dragon resolves. Sapphire. They have 3 cards left, which are... Okay. Three. Womp, womp, womp. So I actually can't cast both together, but maybe I don't have to cast both together. Okay, so they're still holding a Breach in hand. Now, what do you think? They're going to cast Lurrus here? Or do you think they're going to cast Sprite Dragon here? I would like to force negation that, please. Two blue. That was pretty good overall for them. They flipped into some pretty good stuff. Because they can replay here. Yep, there's Lotus. Oh. Well. All right, 6 matches left, probably about 15 minutes. I'm just going to run upstairs real quick, refresh my drink, and I'll be back. In the meantime, You get to look at pictures of my dogs. hello. Welcome back. Ooh, we got back in time. There's only one match left. It's like I planned it. I mean, well, yeah, I did plan it because I went upstairs and I did my stuff and then I came back down. So now maybe you don't want to see too much of the ceiling. Then again, if I take you off the ceiling, what else do you really got here? You got card catalog, other cards, got a little bit of artwork going. I really do need to work on. So I have different, like I have all the Moxes, the original Dan Frazier Moxes that I kind of want to do something with like all 5 of them together, whether it's going to be like a horizontal piece or it's going to be a vertical piece. And I'm thinking, it thinks like it would fit really well, like kind of here on the wall, because then we have Ancestral, and we could have like Lotus, Ancestral. I also have like the Time Walk stuff, but the original Time Walk is only this big. It's really kind of weird. Whereas the Christopheron Altifer, nice. Alternate cube art is the nice big size. So the problem is trying to find the Amy Weber Time Walk art. And you might not be able to see it, but it's like right. This little one is the original Time Walk, and then there's the other one. So I don't know. It's finding a way to better display. Like right now, it's just like a stack. They're piled up, and obviously that's not displaying anything. But I want it to, if it doesn't match the picture in my head of how I want it to look, then it's no good. I want it to be like, so I want like the art to be together in a frame like this, but I don't know if I want it to be vertical or if I want it to be horizontal. But I'm thinking, it goes up on the wall there, and then it kind of like has all the power around. These are future fixes, future additions to the stream as best we can. Thanks for coming to Art Talk. I am your host, Jeremy. So, looking at who else is out there. Powerful Wizard, Power 9. Kenzaburo, we've played against them. We played against them last time. And I was like, oh, I've played against them all the time. And I'm looking, and I'm not seeing any times that we've played Kenzaburo. And then I realized what it really is when I do the data collection at the end of the day, or at the end of the Saturday challenges, I have watched them play a lot. I have not personally played them a lot. And that's kind of funny for that to have been my frame of reference. And, oh yeah, I play them all the time. When I don't, I just happen to watch their matches. So, like I said, it's an interesting life I lead, for sure. All right. So after this last match, I wonder how did Cradley do in the next round? I want to cheer for them. Oh no! They got a game there too. I was cheering for them. Not only for the purposes of my tiebreakers, but I don't know. I like that they tried a different style of deck to have Collected Company in their bug deck with all of these powerful hits. Now, they could have been That might have been worthwhile to have in Aluren Shell, although I don't know. I kind of feel like Collected Company is going to put higher impact cards into play compared to Aluren, especially since Aluren lets your opponent go wild. I don't know if you can really afford to Aluren if your opponent has a Hull Breacher. That seems out of control. Your opponent puts their... If you're trying to loop with Cavern Harpy and whatever, and then your opponent's like, by the way, I have a Hull Breacher. That pretty much pushes the brakes. Stops that dead in its tracks. Interesting, though. Oath out there doing its thing. Now, I did see that the Oath fix is not yet, or I should say, the artifact that supposedly stops Oath, Grafdigger's Cage. That the one more thing that has been broken in all of their patches. And I don't really understand how sometimes the cards work and sometimes they don't, and what the determining factor of that is, but I don't know. Things we could look at. What would that be? Mythic. We could look at cool time-shifted art. You could also stop expanding the screen on me when I don't want you to. Talrand Sky Summoner. See, a lot of these make sense to me, and I guess maybe, then again, I'm not necessarily the target audience for everything, because I'm sure somebody out there loves Talrand Sky Summoner. You know? Disdainful Stroke. Sigil the Empty Throne. Stonehorn Dignitary. Look at you. I played that in a terrible Venser deck to like blink it so that it would just take combat steps away from your opponent, and then like when I was ready to kill them, I killed them. That's the type of player I am. And then, see, this to me, this was during the period where I kind of stepped away from Magic. I was playing the Versus card game and did pretty well at that. But I still played in the different pre-releases, which is weird. My friend and his dad both still played. And I would go to pre-releases with them just to enter the event, because I would play like a flight. And you just, oh yeah, 5-0. It's how much do boxes cost? The entry of a flight. And it got to the point where I had people that were willing to sponsor my entry just so that whatever I won, I would give to them. And I'm like, sure, because I don't want these cards. I don't need these cards. And then I would do it, and I'd be like, well, here's your box. And he's like, well, I didn't think you'd win a box. I'm like, dude, that's what I do. But then he gave it back, and then I gave it to friend's dad because he effectively was the driver. It's like, hey, here's your gas money. Here's some packs. I feel like I know, like I don't know what that spell is. Spell Burst. They changed the art on that. Otherwise, I was like, yeah, I have heard of Spell Burst. What's also weird to me is how much Limited I used to play and how much I would almost have said that I was more of a Limited player than Constructed, but then I feel like it's when I moved away from my hometown and you lose when you lose that main group of people that you play with, it definitely kind of changes some of your, I don't want to say habits, but your ability to get together with people and just, draft like you might have once upon a time is just gone. And you look like a sad little pallid Mycoderm. Just happens. All right. Well, this match, I feel like we got ourselves back in time for the one last match. And that one last match has continued on for like 15 minutes. Then again, I could be wrong how long I've been back. Next stream coming up on Tuesday. Maybe that's something we'll do after the next round. Try to theorize and come up with an ethereal forager deck. Maybe it's something like we were just looking at before, working with Young Pyromancer and stuff, or maybe we just go off on our own. Because let me see. I don't know. I don't feel like Forager is going to be at home in Vintage, mainly because Pyroblast is everywhere, or Lightning Bolt, and it dies to both of them. So I think we save ourselves something and call it a wheel deck for Forager. And let's put some ethereal foragers in there. We could play different kinds of foragers. Okay. Don't think we're playing 4 of them, but it's a start. I remember when we played this Jeskai twin deck. That was kind of wild. And the round is complete. Did Montolio win? It does not look like it. Unfortunate. But we have some new names in here. Now, unrestrict Lurrus, or what was it? Unban Lurrus. The change my username movement. I don't know. What other ones? What other powerful names are out there trying to, well, speak of the Mighty Ramses. Is anybody else there trying to make changes to legality, non-basic land? Not quite, but shout out to them. All right. Round 3. Let's just take a quick reminder what we're actually playing. We're playing the Rug deck. Rug deck with a little breach snuck in. Just one. Maybe it's sometimes, maybe I don't have to be so focused on it that I could play it for value instead of trying to only come back one time. But I think it benefited us in the first match. And in the second game, I think Zeo just lined things up better. I think that's just kind of what happened to me. Okay. Round 3. Mad Max Ernst. Yes, I would like to play first. And keep. Now, Yeah, I'm going to do it for the value of rebuying. Let's get the value of buying back our land, because that can set up the potentiality for now. There's a thought: should I have cashed in Force of Will on that? I mean, maybe. Stitcher Supplier. Second creature gives them Avengine. They just have the Hogak. Now, if they cast Hogak, which is what they're doing, I say I have to counter that. So, I just want to cast one of these. I need to make sure I did it correctly. Okay. Just one, please. So the one that was in their hand theoretically has been cast. Found a fresh Bayou. Okay. Well, bang. A new Hogak. Alright, so the next thing can fetch, but right now I don't have anything I actually want to cast with it. It's unfortunate. What I need to hit is a Wasteland or Strip effect. Then we can go to town. I will also accept Brainstorm. I mean, do I want to draw a Force of Will? Right now, I would say definitely not because of the attack. They have a Dryad Arbor? They don't. Maybe they have something like a Root Walla, but they don't want to deploy it because Ren and 6 can just shoot in the face. Okay, there's a new Stitcher Supplier. Bloodghast, that'll do it. Yep. Bloodghast will let you rebuy Hogak here. And then we get to try to deal with a Hogak. What we need is some sort of draw effect. Because we don't have a bounce effect. We could draw an Oko. Look at you! Smart little man. Poof, you're an Oko. All right. They could potentially swing in and kill Ren and 6. That's entirely plausible. Let's see what they try to do. Okay. Everybody's going at Oko. Okay. So we are going to block this one. Life from the Loam, Dryad Arbor. Nice. That could have gone better. All right. We're on defense. They did. Okay, they did dredge it. So now they have a Bazaar available to them. Bloodghast back. They can continue the dredge. They must be thinking about it. No, they did not. Because maybe they have something better they want to put in there. Okay, here comes combat. So I think they're going to try to recast Hogak. Tap all these for blue. I still don't want any of these cards. Now we're talking. So that is dead. Because I don't really want against blue, but we already have a fetch land, so I think I'm okay with it. Okay. So now we could kill that. We could crack the fetch to find completely new cards, which might be worthwhile. Yes, please. Okay. So now I got Breach. We're going to put back this and this. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. We're going to put back this, then this. All right. So how do we clear everything here? Do I shoot or do I pick up? I think long term, Wasteland can do more there. Let's see if we can get them to try to activate the Bazaar, because that would be amazing. Congratulations. Like, are they able to still dredge? I'm not sure. Okay, nobody attacked. Right, so we knew that was on top. So we've played our land. We know what's coming. Theoretically, I could have also plussed on the Oko. They can dredge with the Life from the Loam. They did. They currently only have one Vengevine to bring back, so that might not be good enough. You're going to cast a Hogak. Okay. I'm thinking more. I should have pumped I should have fooded. I should say elked the treasure token. They have one card in hand. Is there something I want right now? I would say no. Wow! So we've already played 3 spells this turn. Nice. Combo. Alright. So, things we do want. Surgicals. Traps. Soul Guides. Lightning Bolt. I was going to say Shattering Spree. Shattering Spree's a maybe. But I think this Force of Negation. I think the Flusterstorm. I mean, Hull Breacher still did decent work. I mean, Dak Faden can also be an alternate friend. But I think Spree is on the low end of utility. I mean, Force of Will is still going to counter something. So Mental Misstep probably is at the apex of what it can do. But maybe some of the slower stuff like Ren. Well, Ren can... What do you do when you don't want to cut anything? 4 Ravenous Trap might be a lot. Trim Force? Because a lot of the stuff, it's like, oh, I don't want to spend the card for that. Just hope to get through the night. So we'll have Soul Guide Lantern. We'll have 3 traps. Surgical Extraction. This other Ravenous Trap has to be better than something I'm looking at. The last Preordain. And Oko, a DAC. Maybe a DAC. Because Oko can still do damage. Narset. We'll go like this. All right. Opponent is deciding whether to play first. I think they will. We did see an underground. So them being bugged tell me anything? Bug Hogak? Because they absolutely had an underground. This might not be good enough. So, like, I'm very tempted to counter that. Still had all these. Team Rootwalla. They refuse. I refuse to... There we go. Give me my treasures. Swords to Plowshares. Wow. Wow. Well, there's going to be a Preordain in there. So I think I want the breach. Okay. One, two, three. I'm not saying I've got all of it, but I've got all of it. Woo! Whew! Whew! That's why you put one copy of each, because you never know. You never know when you're playing one copy of each, you might just draw it. All right, got a little restroom break here. I will be right back. right, I'm back. So, thinking ahead to Tuesday's stream, Ethereal Forge. Now, if I were a flying ephemeral whale, shut up, then, see, I've already sidetracked myself. I was going to say, you want to be able to have cheap, that's another thing. We get to have 4 brainstorms and 4 ponders, don't we? Okay, legacy card, pool, ponder. Brainstorm. Do you go all the way to Preordain? I feel like you play Preordain in Vintage and stuff like that because, well, you only get to play one of these other things, right? So, Young Pyromancer. Just for now, we'll put things in there and then deal with it later. Lightning Bolt, Sprite Dragon. And, okay, clarification. We're not necessarily going to play 4 of all of these cards and etc., etc. I just kind of want to I want to start to lay stuff out. So if we have Young Pyromancer or Sprite Dragon, other things I might want to do, because this triggers off of non-creature spell, but Young Pyro says instant or sorcery only. Because I feel like we're going to end up being blue-red Delver. I think that's really just what's going to happen is we're going to be blue-red Delver. But the question is, do I actually want Delver of Secrets? I mean, I think once you're doing all this other stuff, you probably want Delver. Mentor over Pyromancer. The reason I was going to Pyromancer, Steve, is because in my head I was also thinking Grixis, and I liked the Cabal Therapy interaction. Cabal Therapy with Young Pyromancer. Whether that's the right way to take it or not, but that was something I thought, oh! Sorry, that made me think of something else. Sorry. What I wanted to do first. No, why did that not find anything? Young? Because it's not Yuang, it's Young Pyromancer. Okay. Let's see if I can find it. Because I just had, once I was saying Young Pyromancer and, what do you call it? Cabal Therapy, I had an idea. And that idea is, I think it's the Phoenix deck. I could be wrong. But what is Arclight? Arclight Phoenix. Okay, so it already has Delver and Sprite Dragon and Young Pyromancer and Arclight Phoenix, Brainstorm, Ritual, Ponder. This deck looks great, but there's no Ethereal Forgers. So that is a problem. Now, I would almost say, does it even make sense to try to put Ethereal Forger here? What is the wording? You may return an instant or sorcery exiled with the Forger. Okay. So look at all these spells. You could bring back Buried Alive. So you can bring back Thoughtseizes. Ooh, I like this. Dark Rituals and Opposition Agents. But maybe that Phoenix deck is not the prime place for Ethereal Forge. So this is maybe just set up more to be, all right, I'm a burn deck. And I keep saying Forger instead of Forager. So let's look at is it? Okay, Delver, Terramander, Pyromancer, Brazen Borrower, Sprite Dragon, Pyromancer, Brazen Borrower. Okay. So that went all the way to Counterbalance. I don't know what that other one was doing. If these were both 4 and 3 decks, what are the comparisons? We had an 18 lander and an 18 lander. One Brazen Borrower. I love me some. I think we're going to do this one. This had a wide variety of spells there. Why does it have such a wide variety? Let's download this one. And let's upload. Is it Delver plus Whale? All right, so I think you trim this for a Brazen Borrower. Just because I could see the Borrower getting you out of situations. Is there an extra Borrower? I'm also not. Ugh. What were those? Four in the deck. Okay. We also have to upgrade these basics. Base of Mountain. What's that leave us? So we have Brainstorms, we have Ponder, Preordain. It does have Preordain, Spell Pierce. This is just very low to the ground. Then Dazes. Take those out. Young Pyromancers, Sprite Dragons, has a Force Negation for a little bit, maybe extra protection. And then, see, this makes me think. Now, I could be wrong, but I feel like this is kind of a little bit left over from Dreadhorde Arcanist, because Blazing Volley is something that you can flash back on the Arcanist and get, 2 points of damage. Maybe 1 point is still enough, but I mean, it kind of doesn't feel like it is. maybe it's something worth looking at, like what are Delver's sideboards? So Blazing Violet, Pyroblast, Relic, Surgical. I think you need to be able to deal with Chalice of the Void, so I think the Abrades totally make sense. But, okay, what do they have? Cage, Red Elemental Blast, Price of Progress. Maybe people that are trying to be a little too cute, or putting punishment back in now that you can't run the snow basic lands that you used to, so maybe that changes things. Shattering Spree. Well, okay, in Legacy, I was going to say, in Legacy, what artifacts are we worried about? But if that's a higher performing thing, like I think Blood Moon makes sense, or maybe here's what I'm saying is, oh, Blazing Volley isn't needed, but really it's there for elves or Death and Taxes. You know, you need to be able to have 1 red mana deal damage to multiple creatures. I'm just wondering, is 1 mana versus 2 mana? Like, what if you had Pyroclasm? Is Pyroclasm? Oh, there it is. Only to the creatures your opponents control. I did not read that. So maybe that's a lot of it. Maybe it's sweeping away your opponent's stuff while not messing with your own. So I could just have been discounting that aspect of it. All right. We can mess on this a little bit more. Let's work on some sideboard stuff. But it looks like we're ready for the next round. Zeo beat us and is continuing to sit pretty. No, Steve, it would kill a Pyromancer and all the tokens. That's what I'm thinking about in like sideboard, or what do you call it? Like in a mirror style, to be able to wipe away a whole bunch of tokens and the Pyromancer. That'll give you a way to kind of break through. Okay. Heading into round number 4. Hello and good luck. Island, go, same. Well, I feel like if we have all of these pieces, how do we not? Maybe they will reveal to me something about their deck. I mean, their name is Island Go Same. Do I believe them? Mm-hmm. Targeting my wasteland. Okay. Red, do I have a way to get a land back? Currently, no. Are they bug? It's gotta be bug. Do we really hit nothing? Wow. Something tells me they're gonna like abrupt decay the Hydra. What sees the most? Brainstorm. There's no Moxes in there. There's nothing. They have a full 7 cards. I'm pressuring for no good reason, is the other thing. Now they'll abrupt decay me. And I just die. Yep. They're definitely playing better than I am. Which of these do I get? I get back. Gosh. Yeah, I played this poorly. Amazingly poorly. That's frustrating. I pushed that I had absolutely no need to push. Just a draw removal spell. They'll daze this, and then we'll scoop. So Narset's not dead yet. Take my green out. See, I think they also confused me by leading on Wasteland. I didn't expect that. No, I think really what it started off was keeping a bad hand. Nice. Yeah, that was just poorly played. Okay, so how did we sideboard the first time? See, Abrupt Decay and stuff like that, I'm not going to be able to stop. But is it worth trying to? I think I literally forced too much where I absolutely did not need to. So I really don't know what I want. Maybe I don't need the Flusterstorm. Because I don't really feel like I want to bring any of this in. If you have one Flusterstorm, do I really need two? Also, stranded with Forceful in my hand with nothing to do with it was a little annoying. Okay. They got off a probe. Ancestral, Fluster, Forest, gosh. Alright, well, we've already played our land. Verdant. Here comes the fluster. I believe here comes the fluster. Okay. The question is, they did. No. If I cracked right now, they did cast Gush. If I cracked right now, we could dig through time. That might be worth it. So everything's gone. I feel like I want these to be my threats. Okay. Why did you play the Flooded Strand? Is this the forest we knew about? Yep. Why am I playing poorly? I mean, I feel like I know why, but... Incoming Abrupt Decay. It's too bad I don't play Misdirection. Maybe I should. Sure. In sorcery, instant, creature, land. So there's nothing I can remove from my side. Why did you wait? This no longer does what I wanted it to. I'm really just not paying attention, it feels like. Because now they just eat it and go get that. Really? See, I could have forced this play. Instead, I don't even know what I did. The thing I think I should have targeted in the first place. Agreed. Had I played Dreadhorde, see, next turn I have to block. Because I think Time Walk is gone. Is Time Walk gone? but I believe I don't have any more fetchables. Tropical, yeah. I do not have any more fetchable lands. Nice Misty Rainforest. Okay. Show me your secrets. Nice Mox. Me or Ren? You gotta attack me, right? Yeah. Just get me dead. Cool. Do they have the removal? They could. Abrupt Decay is too powerful. Too powerful. I think I threw that first game away. I mean, not that I necessarily would have won by any stretch, but I played it too aggressive. I played directly into what the bug deck wants to do. Now, what's the martial art? Is it judo where they take what you're doing and like turn it against yourself? Because I feel like that's what it was. It's like, okay, yeah, come get me, and they're just like, move out of the way of that, move out of the way of that. I believe it is judo. Then again, I could just be wrong. Somebody is talking about kind of streaming for the first time and how do they fill time between rounds. What a I guess that's one way, is not be able to think of the words and kind of stretch it out. No, I was going to say, what a prescient topic that filling time between rounds can either be, like we've already done crossword puzzle. What we were doing before is, okay, let's build our deck for Tuesday. So looking at the Legacy deck, looking at the Wheel Forager deck, apparently we don't have a sideboard at all. Wait, no, we switched to this one. Okay, I was gonna say, I thought we had cards. So now that we're still looking at Pyromancer, Brazen Borrower, stuff like that, okay. Do we have... Blood Moon makes sense. What if we look at what are the most popular... What are the popular decks? Okay, I don't know if that's going to be relevant anymore. Let's switch to the last 7 days. Okay. So looking at the last 7 days, since, the bannings, Sneak and Show, Doomsday, Maverick type, Dark Depths, Reanimator. That's the surgical extractions. Miracles. I mean, just Relic of Progenitus, I guess. Well, Rakdos related. Any of that kind of we're bringing it back? We gotta have better looking winter orbs than this. There we go. Let's put a real winter orb. You know, back when a polar bear meant something, and this guy's like, what's up? Do you think the winter orb is in the foreground and the polar bear is yelling at the winter orb? I mean, it kind of seems legit, right? This polar bear is pissed. I mean, just look how it kind of like covers the butt a little bit, right? So the winter orb has to be in the foreground. Who did the other one? See, that just looks like an ice ball. And it's just hanging outside, just doing its thing. All right. The question is, when you go to rent, you don't always get the good art, we'll say. So we have to check Goatbot. How much does Goatbot say winter orbs are? Holy crap. So 6,000%, we are getting this winter orb when it does the rental thing. So maybe I just need to live with that. Because we are not getting the cool winter orb. We're getting weirdo winter orb. We have Blood Moon already. But the Blood Moons I own are white bordered. Because I've had them forever on here. But now there's so many new Blood Moons. Like, okay, I have 9th edition Blood Moons. I could sell 9th edition Blood Moons for $468. Can I buy a black bordered one for equivalently the same price? Double Masters for $501. And then they're not ugly white bordered eyesores. I might have to do that. I didn't do it for the actual Blood Moon stream, though, so maybe not. Like, I get to a point every once in a while where, like, aesthetics matter, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I can't play these white border cards. It would cost 43 cents to change them? Oh, well, then I guess I'm fine with it. So it's like that level of how strong is my conviction in those aesthetics? Like, how much do I really care about the white borders? Apparently not that much. Not 43 cents worth, that's for sure. So, okay, let's rename this so that I can call it Whale Delver. That way we have our deck ready for Tuesday. Now, I believe when we spun last, we spun up Ethereal Forger, but what went on to the wheel? I have a Google sheet of everything. So, Lurrus of the Dream Den was added last time. So, this is on there. Actually, it's not. So, we need one from James. And then Adam. Adam will be up next. So, I'll have to see what Adam's next choice. And then we have Charlie and then Steve again. So, Steve, your next wheel spin is 2 people away, so you might want to be thinking about it. Other than that, yep. I could theoretically, now, for the stream itself, we've determined that I'm going to play Cube when it is legal on the 9th. So this coming Tuesday is the Ethereal Forger. But then after that, we already have Cube locked in. So we would actually be playing the next one past it. See, I have like my little sheet here where I get to plug in what went on the wheel, what was the date and the chapter and stuff like that. So I'm going to give myself a couple more for the future. But it just lets me basically go through and keep track of stuff, because that's one of the things I've been wanting to do lately, is kind of organize my thoughts a little more. So obviously we have the Twitch channel where we do the streaming. Then later I chop up the videos and I put the playlists and things like that out on YouTube. You can always find that at !YT to bring up the YouTube link. And then because I talk about the stream and sometimes just trying to find a way to gather thoughts, the other thing I did was put together a Discord that really is only relevant to the stream itself. So you'll see the lists of past leagues, basically talking about, here's where I put content here, here's where I've done whatever. So there's no, what I want to say, no pressure to sign up, no pressure to contribute, anything like that. The idea is just that it's a way of, when it's come up before and I want to say, oh yeah, where's that thing? It's what drove me to start doing the archiving of the YouTube content in the first place, because something came up and I'm like, oh yeah, I did a 2-card Monty deck, a while ago. Here's the link. And then it was like the link says, oh yeah, that doesn't exist anymore. And that's when I realized over time, they don't keep your videos forever. They cut you off and throw you out the door. So that does happen. And when it does, I guess, we lost. Now we're coming back around. We're probably this is like month number 11, I think, because we got everything kicked off in March. So the fact it's been almost a year since I've started streaming just feels a little surreal. About as surreal as those deer that are running alongside my fence line. What's up, deer? It's like 4, 5, 6. Sorry to sidetrack like that, but there's a freaking whole flock of deer. Yep, and there's my dogs. My dogs are like, oh no, I see intruders in the back corner of my yard. Sorry. JP's wife, by chance did you let the dogs out because I mentioned there were deer? Because that's funny if you did. JP's wife, executive producer of the stream, will sometimes listen to it in the background while accomplishing real things during the day while I sit down here. All right, 3 matches. I think it's worthwhile if we fire up another crossword puzzle, because if nothing else, it will give us something to pick back up from. Because you don't want to have any cheese pairing little details when it comes down to it. I've already forgotten how to properly use cheese pairing. Sue me. Okay, so we've already done this one. We want to go back in time and turn off the sound effects and the mistakes. Survey. Essay. Mayim Bialik, so that's Blossom. I think she went to UCLA. Scrub in the tub. Pinot Noir, I believe. Caramelly Hershey's Candy is Rolo, is it not? A drink with turquoise food coloring mixed in. Blue. Ahi, is that ahi tuna? One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 letter for a drink with turquoise food coloring. And I think this might be one of the I don't know what I'm saying. The topic ones where they word after scrap or steam. Scrap, iron, steam iron. Yeah, that works. Strong desire. Feel crummy. Nicole Brown of Community. They can be soaked in milk overnight. I think it's oats. Salmon eggs is roe. Stereotypical Canadian interjection. You know, those stereotypical Canadians. Stream Decker is showing Red Prison. Well, we probably should update Stream Decker then. Today's deck. Today's deck is a rug deck that's kind of rug Xeroxy, and then we cut Tarmogoyf to put in one Underworld Breach and a Brain Freeze. So let's go ahead and export that. And we will update the Stream Decker. Because, yeah, I think Red Prison, the last time I updated it was when we did the Blood Moon Wheel League. All right, thank you for the reminder. There was an actual Rug Breach deck. What I did was I was a Rug Xerox deck that just literally put cards in last week. Was it on Saturday or on Sunday? Because I feel like I was doing the data on Saturday, but I don't remember that. Super weird. Like a dark room. Lionel Messi. Cowboy has a bolo tie. Rapid eyelid movement. Blink. Food regimen's a diet. Draw out of view. Suggest, hints at. Speeding by in an encore or enclave. So something Buick. Weird. Because I bet you over here, it's going to be etc. And Tisk. Yep. So like we said, this is Buick. Monotony. Tedium. Not to be confused with medium. Queen of the Hill, Ant. Summer zodiac sign. What are zodiac signs that are 3 letters? Aries, Gemini, Capricorn, Cancer, Leo. 1 of 3 in a water atom. get bored with. But this is the green film on the Statue of Liberty is patina. Undergarment with a wire, bra. Tab for an acid trip, LSD. Big screen, IMAX. Makes sense to me, a hint to 17, 18, and statistician Silver, Nate Silver. It's a Tyne. Initial pilot. Full-bodied beers. I think that's ale. Itty bitty. Something of this is wrong. Without a doubt, it's got to be yes. Is it not Dear Abby? I thought it was Dear Abby. Foolhardy. Unwise. Coil. Architect? I don't know. Is anything wrong? Are you okay? Navel-shaped pasta. Dress. Etch. Really? Clothe. Tortellini. Owns biblically. The hell does that mean? Venn diagram. May be caramelized onions. Letters in a major cell carrier's URL. ATT. Don't rain on my parade. Ruin the gauntlet. Game with skip cards. Uno. Draw pictures for illustrate. Sparkle. Glimmer. Perks like healthcare. Fringe benefits. Brick. Purdue Lego. Grain is in a silo. Passing the buck. Koala bear. It's an animal. Tire of. Fit for a king. Skeletons made of bone. Harlem Globetrotters. Choose. Kid lit crocodile. Voting is a civic duty. I follow you. Itty bitty teeny? Were we missing a letter somewhere? Yeah, see? There it is. All right. Well, it took us 10 minutes, but we did finish that one. Going back to the round. Currently lingering. Unrestrict brainstorm. I was not able to unrestrict brainstorm this time around. But what did we say? 7 rounds. We still have a couple people sitting up there at 4-0. Healthy amount of 3 1s. All right. 6 seconds left. Lord Beerus on the draw. Well, they're on dredge. Turn 1 Hydra Pro Preordain. That's as good as we're going to get. Give me Force Will. Close. If they counter this, I mean, there's nothing I can do about that. Hi, buddy. They have another Force of Will. Must be nice. Wow. I mean, it's just impressive. I'm glad they wasted it on that. Jeez. They really have nothing happening here? So they have no cards in hand. Could I... So next turn, they're going to be able to spit out Icarid and Icarid. No. All right. Can we beat Dredge is a better question. So they had Hogak Dredge, but literally drew all the right things. I feel like we don't. The lightning bolts are going to be weak. Maybe I still want Spree. I think I want Surgicals in. I think I want Soul Guide Lantern in. I potentially want Nature's Claim. Nature's Claim would give me an out to Leyline of the Void if they were playing that. Force Negation is not going to protect me when I'm trying to do things. Excuse me, maybe Flusterstorm is just a better choice. Misstep can come out. So Pyroblast to counter back. And then other than that, you could kill a... Maybe we keep a Spree, just cause. I can't keep that. Somehow it got worse. Wow. Here's a hand. Okay, keep. So I have to throw back 2. 1. Nice. Nice. Renin 6. So what do we go get? We get blue-green. We gotta get blue-green. Once again, I mean, if you draw the right cards. Come on, Shattering Spree. Come on, Shattering Spree. Close. Force of Negation, Force of Will, Narcomoeba. I mean, I gotta admit, drawn pretty well. So now, if I can draw Shattering Spree, how did they draw after I targeted them in their draw step? Because I did it on their upkeep? I meant to do it in their draw step. So that's just me messing up. Doing a lot of that today. There are all sorts of cards we could draw. Yep. I think that's the right one to go after. If only we had one more land. I mean, that's a reason to play Dredge. I don't think... I got to be careful what I say, but I've never really believed there's any thought to playing Dredge. I really don't. So I can't ever really bring myself to want to play Dredge. But that's just me, and I usually have that sentiment right after Dredge beats me. You know, but it's usually the reason it's beating me. I have definitely built decks in a way to attack Dredge before, but it just doesn't feel like it doesn't really matter what you're doing. Sometimes their deck just doesn't play the same game that you play, if that makes sense. So we have a long break before this round is over. So instead, I'm going to send you to pictures of my dogs. And I'm going to go check on if JP's wife need any help with dinner. And we'll see you in a little bit. All right, humor me. I got an idea. Actually, I need to keep the remaining time remaining up somewhere, so let's put it there. Okay, so when it comes to Lurrus, I don't believe Lurrus has the same power level that it used to, right? And I also don't think it's worth it to disadvantage yourself, or I should take away some of the very powerful cards you can play because you're playing Lurrus. So, and I don't want to duplicate work if I don't have to. So what I'm saying here is I want, and I think this deck already exists. I feel like we've played against it. So obviously, Underworld Breach is a powerful card. I think that's understood. But when you have Underworld Breach, you're somewhat susceptible to graveyard interactions. And, well, somewhat. But the point is, the ones that play Underworld Breach and Dreadhorde Arcanist and Lurrus are like putting like literally all the eggs in the one basket, and so I kind of want to. How can we not triple down? But I think so. I think Dreadhorde Arcanist is still a good card, or still a good plan. So I want to keep that. But what if we did other nonsense? So by keeping in mind the ability to do Tinker, Bolas' Citadel things, now this deck already exists. Okay, I've seen it. You know, just kidding. Maybe not in the last. Okay. So Dreadhorde Arcanist, Tinker Breach. Why do I feel like this is more common than I'm giving it credit? Because once you have the aspect of Tinker and stuff like that, my thought was, what about Hull Breacher? So like the things that Lurrus supposedly prevents you from having, that if you could still do, and maybe it's not Arcanist. Maybe that's the question. What if this was Hull Breacher instead? Are there tons more of that? Okay, not really. But see, this Narset and Wheels, it's not. Let's download this. And let's pull up this. So this is Grixis Breacher. Now, so I would say between Hull Breacher and Sprite Dragon is the main thing you're putting on, and then if you play Bolas's Citadel, not necessarily have to thinking about passing the turn. Okay. See, like, I keep the issue I keep having is like trying to talk myself into I should play this or what I should and shouldn't play, and all right, we've talked about it before, we've looked at it before, but the real question is, what is the price differential on that Mana Crypt? Because it's now bothering me. Okay. I can sell this Mana Crypt for $820, and I can buy this one for $904. We got to do that. It has gotten to me. All right, Trade Binder. Where's that Mana Crypt? Dear GoPots. Less than a ticket, I will convert. All right, success. Back to this. So this one. Mana Crypt. There we go. So Sol Ring. Now it's not full paradoxical here, but could probably make some adjustments. Because this is still going to do the majority of the things I want to. Now, I say that, and look, there's no preordained here. It's not going to have some of the same velocity, but you're trading in that, it's got 4 less lands, things like that you are... It's the consistency versus power dynamic that, I don't know, often... comes up very often that I certainly do struggle with. Let's update the ponder here. What else? If there's only one top, we could update the top, but no. I want to kind of keep it to the restricted cards. Therefore, yeah, how much is a Narset? Because we have... That's not what I meant. What's the Narset Parter Veils? Whoa. Once again, here goes the convictions right out the door. $3? No way. It's sad, but it's kind of funny. Okay. What else could we work on? Still 2 matches in progress. Power 9. Ooh, Power 9 Montolio match. Nice. 3/2 drop. Interesting. Did they get upset that they lost to Island Go Sam just like I did? Burt Reynolds. Keep on keeping on. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't worked on my stand-up routine. I haven't really come up with a great way to fill too much time. And especially I would think with I've been doing maybe a little less streaming because I've had stuff come up lately or just not been in a good place up here. So I'm finding that, you gotta fill 10 minutes of time. Sometimes I don't know. I don't feel like I have that much to talk about, especially if it's just me talking to myself. I mean, I do that anyway, but maybe that would be more compelling to just delve into just me talking to myself. Now, if I am very tired because I don't drink, so if I was very tired, that's about as close to goofy drunk Jeremy as you're going to find. So to some degree, that's probably worth watching in its own right. I could go find another match that's being streamed. That's true. Or we could check in on the Mana Traders, and maybe that is something worth doing that I didn't really think about finding somebody else out there. Because it looks like Justin is looking at maps. So he is... What the literal crap? But,
if that gets... Well, no, if you main phase it, then it can only get fawned. If you wait until their turn, it might get veiled or fawned. So you're probably just going to end up doing it on your turn, the next turn cycle.
Let me know if you can hear that.
Taking our time, figuring out which opponent to get. And we actually got Sword of Feast and Famine over the Barrow Skull.
I kind of like it. I mean, I think that you're probably going to find yourself moving your equipment around in this kind of game.
Oh.
Nice.
How about an Omnath into a Batterskull? Skull?
Nice. Love me some Omnath.
Cool.
You play broken cards, you get broken turns. That's how the saying goes, right?
I hadn't heard that before, but I like it.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I only see one Anguished Unmaking here. I mean, sure, it's Vindicate, but which one do you go after?
Kind of eyeing that Anguished Unmaking here.
You only have so much mana, too. It's kind of brutal.
We led with Thoughtseize.
Yeah, never mind.
So, if Channeler hits an untapped land, you can still Anguish Unmaking, but Channeler has to hit an untapped land.
Nah, not even going for it.
Oh no, we're not even bothering with it. Interesting.
Sword of Feast and Famine can punch through this other side between a Germ and Omnath.
Dangerous proposition, I think, in a lot of ways, because you're going to end up taking a lot of damage from these 4/4s.
Feels like it.
I think kind of what Musasabi's banging on is the fear of Batterskull from Matt. Yeah. Because okay, you tutored and you didn't get Batterskull, so what could be in your hand?
Right. But even in the face of Batterskull, I think that the trade doesn't seem that bad to me.
It's also not trading if you exalt it.
Matt's having none of it. He's like, all right, I don't believe you. Call. I love that. I love it. And now it's so obvious that there's no Batterskull in hand, right?
Right.
Wow. I love it.
Yeah. Wow. Now we're in a really tough spot.
Should he have? I was gonna say maybe do you discard on the red guy to try to get some more things going on?
I think we're just under too much pressure.
I think the way out is hope this connects, and then play in flashback Lingering Souls, and then maybe play Anguish Unmaking on the germ, or on the oh no, that doesn't even work. They can pick it up.
So
Like, and you're not gaining life here. Like, I think you just kind of die.
yeah, we can equip. I guess we're gonna Anguish Unmaking with the trigger on the stack.
Yeah.
Might as well.
This is all predicated on Matt not having to on Path to Exile, because if that happens, I think the game is blown.
Oh yeah. I mean, probably just facilitates a concession.
All right. Well, looks like Matt did not draw Path to Exile.
Worked out. But we're now at 3 life. Spooky.
We'll be at 2, right?
Or
So
excuse me, yeah, 2.
yeah, it's really dangerous.
How are you dealing with
Okay,
these creatures in play?
Actually, I think I understand this. If you don't go after the Reno to shoot you twice. But what about Spellflower?
Wow.
Get wrecked.
That's huge.
It is huge, yeah.
I mean, we can still put 4 tokens on the board, so I don't think that we're dead. But this is not what we were hoping for.
What's in his graveyard? Oh,
Yep, I mean, Lingering Souls
Kroxa.
is good on this board, but it might not be enough.
because okay, Feast and Famine can't swing through the Spell
Not
Queller,
gonna survive through combat.
but if you sort up for Feast and
Get
Famine,
freed for the slaughter.
Yeah. On the bright side, we're still at 5. So, you know, we win some, we lose some.
when I was playing the Omnath deck, it
Fairies
definitely
would be
felt
very
super
good.
powerful,
There's
but
just so
I
many
didn't
good
think
cards
incorporating,
right here.
like, if anything, we were beating up on people playing Stoneforge Mystic, not necessarily incorporating it ourselves, but that might be something to do with your early turns.
Have we talked about how good Renin 6 is? Whoa, an emblem.
Excuse me.
So I think he's under
There's a
theory
mana
that,
leak.
yeah, that I think he's under theory that, yeah, if I just spend a bunch of cards per turn, mana leaking all of your stuff, how do you ever win? I think that's like a correct assessment of the game state, actually.
Yep, solid theory.
Like, yeah, I'll give up my 2 lands to counter one of your spells. I'm pretty sure I win.
Yeah.
I don't see how the guy on the bottom comes back.
And I'm pretty sure that, you know, Matt is flush with lands at the moment, so
And funny enough,
funny where that came from.
you're not allowed to cast that Anguish Unmaking off that spell power now because we're at 3.
Yep.
Wait, what?
I mean,
Oh, no, it has pro... It has pro black and green, that's right.
This has to be like the greatest shot of all time. You're gonna have to draw a card, and it will have to be glorious.
the problem is we're just not going to be resolving any spells.
That does appear to be a problem.
Are you gonna float red? I don't see why, but you could.
A blue is floating.
Yep. 1 blue.
Discarded a stomping ground.
Lands, draw a land. That's not what we want. Discard.
Hmm.
Something.
Yeah, Stomping Ground was discarded.
And not even gonna try to.
I don't think you can.
Nope.
We know that they are not gonna resolve. If Musasami finds a way to win this game without casting any more spells, I will be blown away.
Will you eat a hat?
Will
Will
I
you
eat
eat
a
a-
hat?
Yeah.
Maybe a small hat.
Nice. Yeah, I guess you might not know the historical reference. Someone once had to eat a hat with ketchup after losing basically a magic bet.
EDT.
Who was it? I'm curious.
Eric D. Taylor. You probably don't know the name. It's from the ancient days.
The ancient days.
I am ancient. Because I know Eric.
I'm not actually ever sure the hat was actually had to be eaten. It might just be an urban legend, you know?
Sure.
Well, I
No.
suggest not cracking that fetch land now. keep away from that one.
How do you win
All right,
this?
I mean, you know, if we can keep on moving these swords back and forth, and you know what? Maybe. You know what? Maybe.
Nope. Mana Leak.
Spellcore? Okay.
Good night. That's game.
I'll probably do it.
Yeah.
I don't see how you can beat that.
Where did Matt's all of good cards come from?
So we're going all in on one spirit. Makes sense.
They have 2 flying attackers.
Yeah, and it's just going to take one Path to Exile to just turn this.
Because it only does shock, it doesn't bolt, right?
I actually kind of wonder how many paths are left in Matt's deck. Because, like, Path does not seem super insane versus Mrs. Zombie. Like, maybe some number is good, but inherently it's, like, kind of a awkwardly losing battle, right?
Like, you can't kill.
I mean,
Yeah, it's got
I
Lightning
think...
Souls and all this stuff.
Well, let me retract for a quick second.
I guess you have to. You have to cash in on the Magmatic Channeler now and find something.
If you don't even at least express the threat of having
Thoughtseize Basic.
Path Exile for an
Well, you
equipment, it's
did.
just losing if you just get hit by equipment nonstop, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
But at the same time,
I guess that's only a game,
is
though,
it's a
too.
joke,
That's
right?
something I didn't
Right.
fully give a shot to. Alright. Can we turn it around? That's part of... I guess how many people out there have we can see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So that's 19 drops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Yeah, so it's right around. We're in that 2-3 bracket. And I do wonder at this 3 wins. No, because we had just said that 4 wins is what you needed to get to. I don't know. It's going to be... I would say it's pretty close. It'll be worth... Will it be worth? It'll be worth seeing how it comes out. All right. Is there anything out there we could find? What is going on? Of course it does. Somehow, I was looking at Twitter and somehow it decided to switch and show me top tweets instead of, and I don't know why people do that. It's, I'm using your service to see things chronologically, and it's like, got it. You want to see the one with the most likes, and I'm like, no, that's not at all what I would like. I want to see somebody post something, and then somebody who posted a minute later come after that. It's like, so whoever of your friends follows people? It's like, no, it's the same conversation that what is it, Rocket and Groot have, and he's like, don't push this button, and Groot's like, okay, push the button. No, that's not what it said. Got a lot of that stuff going on in my head. But we're coming up. If you factor in game clocks plus sideboarding, I think we determined like the literal maximum that this round timer can get to is 56 minutes. And that's both players using all of their clocks to the fullest and maximum sideboard time. Or is maximum sideboard time 2 minutes or 3 minutes? Because if it's 2 minutes, then I would have to think 54 has to be your max. Maybe it's 230? I don't remember. We will have to make note of it when we are sideboarding during this coming round, because that should help us figure out. Nice. Somebody is casting Extract and taking combo players' win conditions. It's just a little bit of a Jester's cap. Just a little bit. $56 has to be the max. I say 56 is the max, and it's just gonna go right by 56. Look at it go. I guess what would be reasons if it is 25 minutes per, so that's 50, and you have between games 1 and 2 and between game 2 and 3, what more extension could there be? Huh. I can't think of anything. It seems like that should be the upper limit of time. I don't know. Super weird. Definitely can't be 57 minutes. Maybe it's 58 minutes. I mean, like now it's almost impressive. Like, how high is it going to get to? This can't be 58. It's 25 per person, so that's 50. I don't know, is there some kind of disconnect protection? Like you get to get back in there and your clock has been protected for some reason? It doesn't make sense. Your clock ticks down. You can't draw, as far as I know. All right, literally just finished. and Montolio won the last game. But it says 17 minutes plus 18 minutes, that's 35, plus 15 is 50. So that's 50 minutes of game clock. But somehow it got to like 58. I don't quite understand how that happens. It's definitely interesting. Technically, yes, but then that would show up in the record, but it doesn't. It doesn't change your clock at all. Or you're saying, is there a way to get an extra sideboard timer in there? Yeah. Okay. If there was a way, because draws could happen, like you cast Earthquake when you're both at 1. That is plausible. That is a plausible thing that could happen. Interesting. Well, all right. Sitting at 2 and 3, we have to win both of these last rounds to make it to the prize. I do feel like if we lose this round, I'm probably going to go ahead and drop. Just not really wanting to struggle through it, but I think if we win the round, then yeah, we'll go ahead and keep playing. But I guess we'll see. Zio, good job, Zio. Keep it up. All right. Round 6. Here we go. Playing against Leo. We're on the draw. We tried to roll a 6. They also rolled a 6. Opponent has disconnected. It popped up a little message and said our opponent has disconnected. But see how our clock is staying at 25? So we have not taken any actions at all. Thank you for tuning in to our very compelling stream. Okay, they're back. All right, so what do we got here? Preordain, find some lands. That's not my deck. Keep. Big bucks, no whammies. We'll get a Preordain. We're on the draw, so we have another look. They're going to 6. They're going to go all in on a single artifact, and we're going to blow it up. Just kidding. Lotus Petal. Dreadhorde Arcanist. That was a good draw. Pyroblast and a Wasteland. I feel like I probably am going to want both of these at some point. Pass. So the question will be, can I land an Arcanist? Ancestral. I don't think I can afford to have that happen twice. I mean, they might be able to do it twice. Yep. Pyroblast from them. Powerful wizard over there. Flusterstorm. Alright, so they'll get 2 Ancestrals off here. It's pretty good. We already know what we are drawing. And then they'll have a full hand to stop us. Going great. Now the question is, are they just some kind of basic rug? Are they... Well, the Lotus Petal makes me think they have breach stuff. Did they target their own? That would be terrific. Yep. Attack. Draw 3 more. Yep. Pretty good turn. Hi, buddy. Pass turn. Bolt attack. Nope. More drawing 3 cards. I mean, this is the difference between being on the play and on the draw, maybe. Like, that's how they had the mana to follow up their Ancestral with the Flusterstorm. Okay. I kind of want to make them do all this stuff. We're definitely going to block. Because if they had the bolt, they would have just bolted us. Sure. Do they have a can? They should have a cantrip after all of that. Blue-red. Breach. Yep. Brain freeze. Bravo, opponent. Looks pretty much... Surprised you wouldn't cash in the Lotus Petal, I guess. Get another land out. Freeze again. Still themselves. Tarmogoyf and Managorger Hydra. So maybe this was the deck that I didn't know about. I still haven't seen a Lotus. I mean, it's interesting. Okay, now that they're targeting us, I will concede. We wouldn't have got there. Okay, so things that change. Spree out. I mean, are we going to have a problem because of the Tarmogoyf and Managorger Hydra? Maybe that's very interesting. What the threat diversity that they are presenting. I want that to come in. Like, that's the thing is, do I want the lightning bolts? Like, I thought I did, but maybe I don't. There's still the normal threats that I need to fight, but get him to go for a Mindbreak trap turn. Can't afford to have the... Still want that. I still want that. I still want that. Maybe I trim. Maybe I trim on that. All right, I will try to play first. I mean, this does stuff eventually. What do you got? Now that is something, when we were playing against Zeo put the pressure on us by going after all of my cantrips, like top. See, like, in a way, they were going to draw in all those things anyway. Nice draw. You know, and then they'll just end up getting Arcanist first. Or Hydra first. Woo! Like, I know it's bad, but it's the only shot I got. Bolt, Merchant Scroll for Ancestral. Yep. Bolt, Pyro. Cool. So, Mystic Sanctuary, the dead draw will sit in my hand. I don't want to say typical, but it's just typical. So can I get myself to a place? I feel like no. They already have 3 mana. What am I going to do with more mana? They're just going to attack and kill it, but at least I can keep myself alive for a little bit. Maybe. I don't even have anything for the Dread Horde to do, is what's kind of absurd here. Incoming, tilt, concede, close, Magic Online. I mean, I know it's coming, so. Down goes Dak Faden. I'm glad I didn't just steal a Ruby, because what would that have really got me? Yep. Gush. So they have Ancestral on top of their library. And right now, they're likely to try to flash back. I mean, I would think they just cast, Ancestral here. And with that, I'm pretty sure we're done for today. Things not going our way. I will look at potentially trying to play tomorrow, but I don't know if I even really want to right now. I'm just kind of frustrated in general with Magic. So, I don't know. We'll see what we can do. Take care, everybody. Thanks for stopping out today. We post our stuff to YouTube. You can catch us on Discord, things like that. And maybe at least we'll have fun playing things like on the wheel deck. So maybe that's what I need to do is play more of those because those have seemed to bring me a little bit more joy. So thank you, everybody. I do appreciate it, and we'll see you next time.